back to the final Great Ace Attorney 2 stream. Well, the final chapter, that is. Whether this will be the final one or not, I don't know. I'm going to get as much of this last chapter done as we can, possibly finishing it, but apparently it's 10 to 15 hours, depending on your speed, and we don't have a great track record with that, so be prepared for 2 parts, you know. You know how I am. I always say, oh, this is the last one for real, and then it's like 8 hours later, it's like, I can't do anymore. We will see. We will see. But yes, hello, I hope you're all ready. We are in the twilight hours of Ace Attorney. This is the very last thing we need to do. That has been legally released via Capcom. So we won't be able to play Professor Layton or the DLC cases because those would require a lot of fucking around with my computer. And what's happening of late, I can't really push my luck. So a little something before we get in. I think I may have, again, figured out what's wrong with the repo streams. Maybe. Okay, so here's the rundown. Sorry, skip ahead a little bit if you don't want to hear this. But, so basically, we've been playing repo a lot. Very fun game. I've been editing together the streams because they keep getting cut by Twitch. My OBS doesn't tell me. My Twitch doesn't tell me. I get no notification of the stream being cut. Internet's perfectly fine. It says no drop frames. Nothing. Perfectly fine. This is something I've never had to deal with. And I think I figured it out. I think it's because I am hosting the repo game, and my computer is not well enough equipped to do that and also stream at the same time. I don't think it's my internet, because that never really stuttered. My game never really lagged or anything. I think it was mostly just I don't know. That's my only theory. That's the only thing that could be happening. Because none of the tech is breaking. It's got to just be like the internet's being tugged too far in one direction, and the other thing is not working. And I tried OBS in administrator mode. It's not working. But for anything normal, playing online games via console, no problem at all. So it's definitely a skill issue for my PC, which sucks. But, you know, I suppose we'll have to upgrade at some point. You know, if somebody would kindly donate me $5,000, I would love to do it right now. I'm kidding. Anyway, let's hop in, shall we? I'll grab out a drinky poo. Hello, big boss. And let's get this show on the road, shall we? Sorry, I had to get that repo rant out because we've been having so much fun. Oh, it's very nice. I am enjoying it. And as always, you know, until next time, Capcom. Hey, show us a trailer for Ace Attorney 7. I'm ready for it. I want to see it. I want to see if we're getting another classic Ace Attorney game or if you're going to try something a little different. Because you got to do it at some point. I'm waiting for it. I'm not saying you should use my idea, but, you know. Yeah. 20-hour stream. Yeah. So the time's finally come. He stopped yapping. It's time to game. Crack open that Coke and zero sugar. Today we unravel everything. And you know, I'm feeling really good because I just got out of the shower, literally. Like, 5 minutes ago I got out of the shower, so. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Miss Susato? Oh, no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, just my cracked skull and all my stitches coming loose. And I think I swallowed a few fillings. Nothing. Let's just say that I'll be relying on your support today, but... Oh, I'm so sorry. Of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear. I'm really very sorry. You're not sorry, even one bit, are you? I think she might still be reeling from the fact that Iris is her sister, from as far as we know. You know, that might be weighing on her a little bit. just a little bit. Sato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... Good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks, I almost forgot you were a part of this.
I am the defendant. Thank you all for your efforts yesterday.
Did I just hear that correctly? A heartwarming thank you?
What?
Nothing. Just hope we can clear things up today. We can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point.
The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged.
Huh?
It was my tacit acceptance of the pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Von Zeeks. It's only because of serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. And that's why you didn't say anything, isn't it?
To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason.
What do you mean?
Well, after I killed all those people, I thought it was a very fitting name. There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having slain by that evil killer, Clint's restlessness, his restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not.
Yeah, we've heard that story too.
When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do.
He is a very handsome man. I mean, you lose that kind of pillar in your life, I mean, good luck.
And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly.
No.
Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by some over-imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Von Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today.
I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity.
Well, don't fill my sails too much there, mister. Or we may have to call an early recess. Thank you.
Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air?
Oh, Iris! When did you get here?
Oh, I bought you some of my special blends. And he loves it. He says it helps him clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh.
It's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris.
Oh?
Sorta subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly troubled by about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Side's laboratory.
All right then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings.
Oh, it's just that, Bruno. We got a special little plan. Early Stone, you give our big surprise party for you. I'm in charge of collecting all the strippers for your birthday cake. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready? For what?
Oh, yes. Would you like to take this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually hanging from your knapsack?
Ah, yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me. Shut the fuck up, Renosuke. Shut the fuck up, bro. Die.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Oh, is there evidence inside this little thing? What? Pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Okay. You think what we'll need is luck? It's adorable. I mean, can I buy one? Can I have this?
What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll, the doll's ears.
Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now?
I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn some stoic patience.
What's in the box? What's in the box? But I want to know. I want to know now. I didn't just try to upskirt the doll. What's it looking?
I just need to peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops.
What does that mean?
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? Oh, don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see.
Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Miss Susato?
Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all.
They?
Father and Goku. I mean...
Judge Goku, too. Yeah, well, if you don't remember, we found out that Goku might be a little bit of a devious little character. There was a little one-off bit of dialogue that hasn't really been resolved, and that it was the person who entered the room on the day after the murder, entered with a large suitcase of some kind, or a large case. That was never resolved, because we've now proven, or, substantially provided a good explanation as to how he could have died the day before. I don't think we've proven it technically. We don't have the outright evidence. That's probably what our dear lad Kazuma's probably going to say. That bastard. So...
That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once.
Good luck, Don Bruno. Good luck, Susie.
Yes. Thanks, Iris.
Oh, and you, Mr. Reefer. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks.
A good luck kiss, perhaps, before we start? Okay, bye-bye.
Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Here we go. The judge, isn't even, it feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stairs, there are cold stairs, I love pears. There are cold stairs piercing me like knives from all sides today.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, a bundle of pears.
Strongheart is the judge? What? That's not good if he is behind all this. If he has a part to play here, which he definitely has some type of part to play. He's the judge? Oh boy. Wow, everything's stacked against us, isn't it? Okay. Alright. Okay, alright, that's fine. We're fine. We're good. Oh, that's Mr. Innocent. Oh. My bad. My apologies. Well, he's the judge, you know? Cosmo must have known beforehand.
The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system.
Oh, yeah, no bias, no nothing. Innocent of all charges. He doesn't have anything to do with anything that's happened. He hasn't been pulling any strings behind us, you know? He hasn't been talking to every prosecutor with mysterious plans and going into, you know? It's not, you know, I can take it from the supposed villain, but also Mr. Sholmes has been doing that. I don't know what to think. I don't know who's on our side. I don't know who's gonna betray us. I don't know what the truth is. Cosmo's not my loyal husband anymore. He's on the prosecutor's bench.
The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, and the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all over the world. It's imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority.
Is he standing on his own chair? Like a kid in school?
Also, I don't know if I ever really looked at his staff before. It's a fucking unicorn? Based? Oh. The six jurors' flames just... Oh, it's a new staff? Oh, okay. That'll make sense. I was like, did I really miss the unicorn this whole time? You just put it right up in my face.
As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, Fancy! Shut up! You're on the dock! On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact.
Oh, shit. He is it with the damn unicorn? Don't scratch that up. Our regular judge might be a little upset if you do that.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Come on, do the thing. Do your thing. Lift your arms. Yeah, he did it. No birds, for some reason, but they're pretty good.
For the trial of Barak Van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsel for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed?
The defense is ready, my lord.
As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a sight of the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unbeknownst to his superiors at Scotland Yard.
Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. To repair, he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barkay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape.
From what we know, he didn't actually. He had no say in it. He could be lying, still. I don't think he is, though, after what he went through. I mean, if you're still able to keep that lie up after you have, like, a mental breakdown and fall, faint in court, I'd be willing to spill any beans that came to mind.
Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day.
Yeah. Okay, I remember that right. We only provided a suggestion. He's not even giving it proper credit as a theory. He's calling it a suggestion. A subtle jest.
This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound.
The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord.
Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report! Oh, shit! Edgeworth, is that you?
I have here an updated autopsy report, Mr. Wright. Seems you forgot to pick it up on your way to the court.
That includes the amended details.
The official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November.
There are indications to attempt a disguise of the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That's up to the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
He's already being biased, dude. He's already being biased. Our other judge would have been like,
okay, prove it. Where was this refrigeration device then?
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly.
Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it will give the renewed significance of the movements of the victim the day before the Fresno Street incident.
It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities.
Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Scotland Yard has put up an enormous effort into investigating the precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of the investigation work. The prosecution calls its first witness now. Billy Bob Cohort. What was he up to? I don't know what he was up to. But if I'm right in the fact that... right in the idea of the fact that Goku was the killer, then he had to have either gone to meet up with him or the reverse. Now, there is the coincidence that his ticket had a spot and his ticket was to... can I just get the... For steamship, do I have to read it again? Basically, this and the spot where Goku and Mario laid over in France was the same spot. So it's possible he took that ship to them to meet up or something, and then Goku killed him and brought his body back in his suitcase. But then, how would he have kept it cold and refrigerated? I'm not sure. Maybe they had a refrigeration unit on the boat. That's just an idea, though. It's kind of muddled because I came up with that last time. It's been a few days, so...
Is it your name and occupation for the court?
Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard.
Oh. Representative. Oh, I thought she was doing a little something about, like, Catcher the Reaper. I don't know.
A self-conferred rank, but never mind.
Gina, again?
What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina again, look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did.
No, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
He got me out of the slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. That's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him.
Oh, it sucks. I hate that Gregson was this villain. He was such a cool parental figure for Gina. Now he's fucking the mastermind. Well, not the mastermind, but like he was helping out with the Reaper killings. Ugh. Our funny fish and chip bloke. Though we know he was on a bunch of secret missions from Lord Strongheart, you know, so... Might not have been his fault. Might have been blackmailed. Might have been a good bloke at heart. I think he was, though, for everything he did for Gina. He's definitely not all bad. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all. He had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no.
What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling.
That face. Lord Strongheart knew.
So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what he says in the report.
Coming right up, sir. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too.
Smuggled goods?
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what's written in the fucking book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, and medicines. Goods of all sorts flew into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at a regular black market, but that it takes place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time.
So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of these black markets.
It's been tradition that the high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge.
Do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time?
In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club.
On the day in question, the accused is known to have been there.
That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter.
You're telling me Van Zeeks was in a club? He was partying it down in a club? Well, it can't be. We haven't heard anything about this.
Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baron von Zeeks, was present. That would be a very significant testimony, then.
Oh my, but... Lord Van Zeeks had made no mention of this at all.
In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well, then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination.
Okay.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders? You follow orders, do you, Gina?
Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see?
Oh,
The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Bodacious Tea his grub. That kind of thing.
so errands more than orders, then.
This detective is still an apprentice, after all.
Yeah, well, us apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happens. I didn't find much at first. Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things?
Yep, that's a part of the independent Lestrade investigation.
I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative.
So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the yard would see me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street.
This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else.
The prosecution understands that this was the very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and a trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Bodacious Tea. We found it hidden in one of the desk drawers that had a false bottom.
That's impressive. I mean, a false bottom? I don't know if any of the plastic workers in London could do that yet.
Oh yeah, you should have seen it. It was plump as hell. So then I went in all myself when no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard firm found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street.
Yeah.
I've given it in now though, haven't I? And if it weren't for me, it would have never been found.
True. I mean, these detectives in these games are mighty bad at their jobs, so you're probably right.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place?
Yeah, it was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club.
Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
That won't be necessary.
What?
It's conceivable that the club might be used again by smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
To know what all the fuss is about is right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the yarn?
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist! This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility that the information is going to get leaked.
As I explained, there's some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Casimir? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive.
Right then. I get to show off my reading skills. It's called Big Ol' Eggplants. That's the club's name. I don't know what it means. Apparently the smuggled goods deals was going to happen at the gentleman's club called the Grouse.
The Groose? From Skyward Sword? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The Groose. Hey, if we ever get a Skyward Sword sequel, if he doesn't have a bar called The Groose, I am not buying.
Looks like it was a job and all, but the coppers weren't on it yet.
Hold it!
The Groose? What sort of club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs isn't exactly my thing. But I'm kind of curious.
They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted.
Have you looked in the mirror recently? Yeah, I was gonna say that. We're both foreign students, bruh.
Tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Audacious C could go in undercover.
Could you, though?
I could pick up a few good marks and we'll see what else I could find there while I was in there.
I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the Yard reckon.
Says the even lower ranked detective.
Hold it!
So, how would Inspector Gregson come to find out about this in that case?
That's the question, ain't it? Well, I'm just an apprentice, so...
And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings?
Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, but, you know, I'm just an apprentice.
When it suits you, yeah.
Anyway, point is, something went on in that club, no question.
You can't say that for certain, though, can you?
Hold it!
Lord Van Zeeks was at the club. He was boogieing it down, as it were. The detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that he was there then.
Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook.
Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably, then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't even seen at the mysterious club.
Oh, why are you asking Inspector Lestrade, eh? I'm sitting over here doing my thing and you're asking the damn prosecution?
That's all I got to work with. She's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she?
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson. But he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident.
You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you?
That's not the only way to explain this.
Oh!
If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in his testimony somewhere. Oh, in this testimony. Not his. He ain't even got one.
You mean there are details we've yet to uncover?
Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. And that's what we should be looking for here. Okay. Okay. Is the volume okay, you guys? Seems a bit quiet now, actually. I hadn't noticed until now. Yeah, it's lower than I usually have it. Up it a little bit. We did already look in here, didn't we? Yeah, that's where we found the ticket and everything. Within 1 week from 31st of October. Dunkirk, France. That's where it was. Dunkirk, France. And then... here is also that as well, isn't it? The SS Groose! Oh my god, the SS Groose! Groose. The SS Groose! Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit, the SS Groose! Oh.
Objection!
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues.
Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted.
Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Groose?
The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet.
And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all, but the SS Groose, where Judge Goku was.
You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it?
A steamship.
You think it's a ship?
I have the evidence to prove it, right here.
Let me see that. The stock-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy.
The other side, my lord.
Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for a passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Groose.
Objection!
Can I get the Groose theme on Playby, please? So I can just... Can I actually get that? Here it is. Hold on. The SS Groose? The SS Groose? Eh? Sorry, that's a bit loud. The SS Groose?
A steamship named the Groose. It happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there.
How?
Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived on the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah! The day on which the sound of the gunshot was heard on Fresno Street.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. That is playing in my head non-stop. Constantly.
In other words, on the day in question here, 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on Britain's shores. That would certainly make an uncover investigation somewhat challenging.
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Groose. On the day in question.
Then show your evidence for that assertion.
Very well.
In that case, turn to the defense. Present your evidence to the court now. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated the 31st of October. What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country.
Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. It does not appear to have been officially authorized.
The day before the SS Groose arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night.
According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there?
I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this?
The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something.
Oh, shit. Kazuma's on the side of the truth! Because he's Kazuma!
Now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Osoge?
A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception.
Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper.
The Reaper?
What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. But in reality, the truth is opposite of that fact.
What?
Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper.
So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was...
obviously, an assassination.
But he was never the one to do the assassinations. We know that, but it seems either he doesn't know or he's omitting. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Okay. Shin's dead. Someone has to do it. That's a fair point.
Breck von Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had an iron-cast alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that this was Inspector Gregson.
What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never do nothing like that.
And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be! We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No. The true Reaper's someone else. Goku? It's Goku, isn't it? Hey, guys! Goku? You're not the Reaper, are you? The Reaper? Don't be silly, Krillin.
But Master Roshi said you're the only way it could be that Inspector Gregson met with you.
A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if that's true, that Inspector Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion he went aboard the SS Garus on an asset... Oh, sorry. The suggestion he went aboard the SS Garus as... on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all.
You have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel?
Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Goku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm sure we would have heard about it. What's so funny? No, right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Garus that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. Oh my god, YouTube is being such a fucking pain in my ass! Alright, that's enough of the Garus jokes.
But his mission ended in failure.
Failure?
It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here.
What are you talking about?
Inspector Gino Lestrade.
What?
The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina.
There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard the rumors.
I heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
I don't...
I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about this Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
A B. A B.
Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in the past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was the 31st of October. I said Garus for the place on the date. And on that date, and then the name of the mark. It was a note about him being a criminal, what got away from the Reaper and killed 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't know, do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Criminal that got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago.
The professor? Goku? Goku! Kakarot. keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We will require only the established fact here.
This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? That notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location of where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper.
So, who was this final mark?
Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the Groose on the 31st of October. Well, let's hope it's not Mikatoba. Come on, Goku!
How'd you read this thing?
Reading's still not her strong suit.
That ain't the problem, right? I know. It's a funny name, it ain't English, it's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas?
Let's have a bash at it. Seishiro.
Oh, it is Jigoku. Oh.
Yeah, Seishiro. Goku, maybe.
What? Seishiro? Goku?
Goku? Your name was in the notebook, Goku.
But that's Judge Goku.
Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection.
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed.
Oh.
Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to the British shore. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally.
Nope. Wrong. Goku killed him. If he was there to assassinate him, bro was not prepared for Goku. Bro could not handle the Super Saiyan spirit, let me tell ya.
Reports say there was a man flying using blue powers of some kind. People think him a god. No, not a god. Something beyond a god. Like a super god. That's ridiculous. Something along the lines of, like, super blue, or somewhat. The Reaper, of course, being the accused Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument.
Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Oh shit, he's going slut mode on our side this time.
Pray for the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice while I stand accused of murder.
No, I think actually filling your hallowed chalice when you're accused for murder is what a lot of people probably would do. Especially if they're innocent. Lord Van Zeeks!
The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. He will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony.
What do you say? What did you say? That's more what he should have said. Oh, I mean, he's Van Zeeks, you know. Even accused of murder, he's got that bailiff bringing him a fresh glass of wine every hour.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance.
My lord, The defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Is the head of his staff supposed to be like a... What's that piece in chess called? A knight? The horsey? It's like a knight unicorn. Because it's got that little crown underneath.
Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately.
At once, my lord. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what we found out.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial.
But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you?
Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them all on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location.
You knew it said... Grooves? Bam, 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 bum, 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 bum.
Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone.
So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship located on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Did they say something funky? Oh, yeah. How did he know about that? How did he know about the trunk?
Objection!
Okay, I just wanted to see. I just wanted to see if we could call that out.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular?
Besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name was that?
It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again.
Oh, you mean... Assassin?
Hey, it's the one. Are you friendly yours or something, isn't she?
Were you even listening yesterday?
Assassin. The assassin.
Oh, no, a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you'll say. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
Then perhaps when it's on the passport document? Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel? Could that additional person have been? Clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grusa and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written?
Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens.
What?
It just had a question mark or something like that, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating!
A nameless assassin? Who's the assassin? Mr. Shobes. Could I get another, have we met them yet? Is it someone we know? Oh, we know them. Oh, Mamma Mia! Kazuma! It was you! Maybe it was one of those, peddlers. Obviously not the one we've already identified. Maybe it was the lady peddler. Yeah, we kind of know the other old man peddler with the sausage nose. They're kind of nameless. Because they had, like, pseudonyms. You know?
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku?
Goku.
That's what I said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd.
So pleased to have lost my crown there.
Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That murdered young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
So Lord Strongheart was Judge Goku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his reputation was organized immediately.
Oh, his repatriation. Repatriation?
It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
He was the real professor.
I don't know, I don't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Goku's not a criminal.
What's that ask me? I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us?
That Judge...
That Judge Goku did appear once in court here in Britain. And it was related to the Professor case, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course, you're right.
It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens.
You did?
It was considered to be an adjunct to the Professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it! Of what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike.
What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. This is the red herring. He's definitely got to be the professor. Because the Reaper has not targeted any of our innocents. Any of the people we've successfully proven without a doubt to be innocent have not been targeted. The only one that was targeted was someone who was completely a bastard. He's an evil villain. And that only ended because of lack of evidence. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the Mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But...
Right, I've had just about enough of this.
Gina?
All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people is cobblers. Come on, Dardo.
Yeah?
Why are you saying nothing? Why are you yelling out objection or something?
What?
You can't find a flaw, you do usually. Someone's dying here, no question. You just gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
Come on, Sunshine. Do me proud. No, I didn't want to be a part of those killings, but I had to. For Gina's sake, you gotta figure it out. I hope this was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective.
Oh no!
When this trial's over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
Oh. I've had it with the whole lot of you. It's lies, every thieving place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. Gina.
So have I! After that little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Naruhodo?
Pull this rabbit's ears! There was one point in the cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Do you mean...
I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 da dum. Think Vigil could have been the assassin? No, but Vigil was out doing his red-headed stuff on that day. Ba 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 ba. Freestanding notice board completely covered in notes and articles relating to the victims of the Reaper. Bloody handprint on the backside. The Venus Special Firecracker consisting of 100 smaller firecrackers at 6 pence each. So it goes off like a gunshot. Uh-huh. Police identification, the official warrant card issued to him by Scotland Yard. Look at him with his big funny box. Now we have a slash and blood on here. It's gonna be important at some point. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve.
Aye.
What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation, one inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Otto?
I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... I think it was... Okay, here we go. I think it was Kazuma. He mentioned the metal box. He should not have known about that. I don't think he should have known. Because it was with Gina.
Take that!
That's kind of fucked up. By you, Kazuma Sogi. Me?
This is somewhat tempted. Filibustering, counsel. Prosecutor Sogi has given no testimony.
What are you suggesting that I said was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present that relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done.
Very well then, counsel. Go ahead.
Take that!
This, I was on the money, baby, is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson.
A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain? And a relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that ain't Grace from all the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There's no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it.
But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble.
Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about someone who was present when the victim was killed. Kazuma! Kazuma! You didn't! And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk?
We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? Oh yeah, he was out of the country that day, wasn't he?
At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Cruise.
Oh shit! Was Kazuma the assassin? That was no, Kazuma, no!
Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke?
Kazuma! What did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it could only have been for one purpose.
Oh no, Mr. Naruto. Surely you don't think...
Come on, Ryunosuke. You know the rules. The only thing that really talks in a courtroom is hard evidence.
Oh my god, the slash! It's his sword! He slashed his box!
As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma.
Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as the inspector?
He was there with Gregson.
There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point, but I'll need to verify it. And I have this nasty feeling I'm gonna be right. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the chest here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this, to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Wonder how it happened.
Defense will light right before the court where in the trunk this alleged clue to be found.
Right there.
Got it!
Oh, maybe I'll have to examine it.
Got it!
Got it!
Oh, damn. Not that gash? Alright. The game lagged there, too. Did you see that? It's not that then, huh? No, look, there's something there. Or not? Try it again now that the case is open. Oh, was that really it? Nope. Oh, my last try. Oh, boy. It does look like a piece of metal is stuck in there. I mean, I thought it was that was it for sure. It's clearly a sword slash. Oh, there we go.
Got it!
There we go. It's just very finicky, like Ace Attorney likes it to be. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. It looks like the tip of a blade.
A blade?
Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karama.
Of course it is.
Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see?
Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asugi like a hawk.
That wouldn't be necessary. His tip has been cut off! He circumcised his sword!
Oh no!
The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will still be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Sogi.
Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Osogi?
Yes, on 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. Oh, shit! He was the fucking assassin! Kazuma, come on! What the hell, man? I thought we were friends! You're not the man I married! So the additional person authorized to travel was me.
And the mission was the assassination of the Mark.
What?
You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You're the following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Goku?
Let's make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one.
Explain.
I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out that plan. You were never gonna do it?
We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Goku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We travelled to Dover, from where we crossed the Channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Cruise, and made for the cabin.
You went with You went to Judge Goku's cabin?
Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify.
And what became of Goku?
Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what had happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. Oh god. Is that his actual silhouette? Can I get a confirmation on that? If that's the actual Reaper right there? Because if it is, I mean, and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
Because I don't know if that was Lord Van Zeek's silhouette.
If you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk?
I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. Wow, you did such a good job of redirecting my thought, I completely forgot about the evidence that I presented against you. You definitely had a hand in his murder, brother. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on the matter.
Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
As you wish, my lord. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. where the greatsword is broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for all these years. I can almost hear Kazuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really had to swing to make that happen.
To verify whether Satoru Jigoku remains unharmed.
What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How'd you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Goku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. He has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks?
If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Goku! No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who only arrived just in the country. Except that is... for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net of 10 years ago.
I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord?
I sincerely hope we are successful. If unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties.
Oh boy. What a disaster. We're just gonna sit in here. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma's in the habit of making up stories. I've had such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful happened to Judge Goku, then I feel as though things will spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we're careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Well, this is gonna be a classic moment of, you know, everything seems lost, we pull the rabbit's ears, and then Mr. Sholmes and Mikatoba come running in like Gumshoe with the piece of evidence we need to fully prove our case. That seems only right. All right. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options.
Actually, there may be just one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear.
Of course! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. We're already at that point. I thought that would take another 3 hours before you'd be asking to pull the rabbit's ears. Perhaps now's the time. What should I do? Pull! Here goes then. I'm gonna do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now looking back. Ow!
Ow! Mr. Naruhodo, careful around my ears! Goodness gracious! That hurt!
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Ah, here, my dear fellow, here!
It's the felt doll talking.
Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can.
Alright then. I'll pull all my strength into it.
Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you need not pull my ear off.
It's a walkie-talkie. Ah, look at it.
It's a... Do walkie-talkies even exist? Whatever. They're inventions.
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Myself and my trusty partner are presently on the first-class cabin area of the SS Groose. Cue the theme song, of course, my dear fellow. Ah, yes. Excellent.
The SS Groose?
She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour.
How'd you know about this bit, Jones? You were in court.
Ha! My fellows, you think my favorite Zelda game would bypass my love? Come on, Groose is a character for all ages.
But really, that's your favorite Zelda game, Mr. Sholmes? Skyward Sword?
Well, I'm a bit of an oddball, you see. Not really it's a better game than, say, Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time. Just is that it's the unpopular one, so I pick it. And it has Groose in it.
You've taken a ship to France?
Oh, and also, I've been able to hear everything you've been saying through the little doll. So, you know. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried a cab to the station and by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time.
So... Oh, sorry.
The steamship was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name?
Sholmes, world famous great detective.
Recited to perfection. Well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Oh, sorry. Miss Usato, gently with the genius's ear, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
Yes, these Victorian-era microphones are pretty shit. Mikatoba, you saw we couldn't have done better than this.
Mr. Sholmes, we got it to the size of a little granule. I mean, that's a pretty impressive even for 2000 standards. If I may, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, there you are, Mikatoba.
You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Groose. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook, I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow. But don't tell the kiddies that. I am the great detective. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say...
Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt that we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes! That would be wonderful!
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Did they not realize they only needed to pull the ears one time? Seriously, you pull the ears once to turn it on and once again to turn it off. It's almost like these Neanderthals have never seen a walkie-talkie before.
Well, it is a new invention.
Still, they should be able to infer it with common sense. Surely. Ow, ow, ow! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes?
Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
Stewie Griffin?
What the deuce?
Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the...
Please, my good fellow, say the name. In bravado, if you will.
The SS Grus.
Oh, excellent, excellent, good job. So you're in on the bit now, Mikatoba. I knew you had it in you.
Yeah. Put to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are times, Mikatoba, when you make a surprisingly amount of sense. So, let us begin.
Wait, what? Wait, we're actually just here? Huh? Wait, we're playing as Mario? Okay. Sweet. Awesome. When's the Sholmes spin-off game? Sholmes and Mikatoba? First class, cabin number 2. Yes, this one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
Why does he have an emo patch now? Is that because his princess friend got, sent to jail? She can come out of jail, by the way, now, because bro did not die.
My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Tishkin Stroganov when you see?
Chicken Stroganoff. Why is he written Sholmes on his arm? Okay. That is awesome. They had to make a whole new model for that because it probably was in Japanese originally. Actually, maybe not. We're dealing with a bunch of different languages here. Maybe that was always an English Sholmes.
Great detective. I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikatoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine.
Goodness me, is that a tattoo? It says Sholmes in a really horrible handwriting, and they ran out of the room, so the M has to be on the sideways.
I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Live now! Oh, how distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by my name and not my appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe.
Oh, it's not even him.
Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How do you know this? Because I watched him stroking off his beef, as it were. Elementary, my dear Mikatoba.
I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku.
There is no one with that name on board.
But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage.
Ah, you mean Eastern man? He left the ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think.
What? Are you sure? So, Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he?
He's the professor!
That bastard. That rat bastard.
His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please.
No, I have orders not to let even Mouse inside.
Mikitomo, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so he leaves the area.
Maybe that would have been possible if he wasn't standing right there. Oh my lord, mamma mia. You see, this is why. Oh.
Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears both left and right? Ooh, yes. Curses! The plan is ruined! No! Oh, how am I supposed to pay the rent?
You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Mr. Sholmes.
Forget that cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikitomo, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you?
Opening any lock?
Within a mere 5 seconds? So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner.
Ah, well, how could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds. Do I...
Good man. So, the game is afoot.
Ah! The mousetrap! Stick this on his cock and balls. That should get him for a little more than 5 seconds, I believe. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow.
That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. I will bring bucket of water later and put it out of misery.
Yow! Mamma mia! It wasn't worth it.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound.
Really, Mr. Shops, and pray tell, what do Russian mice make?
PP, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I really admit. So go ahead, Mikitomo, do a PP this time.
No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Oh, wait, is that why it's called a choo-choo bomb? 'Cause mice go choo-choo in Japan? Oh. Well, this would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set that baby off! Well, here goes then. Pardon me in advance. Yeah. Yahoo! Just starts backwards along, jumping into the bell.
Yo, what are you doing? If we are at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What is going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Seaman Stroganoff, do be careful with your phrasing, comrade. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. You stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you.
Now, Sholmes, now.
Way ahead of you, my dear fellow. Done.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikitomo. In we go.
Oh, yes. Well. Good gracious! Mamma mia! Didn't anyone tell Goku how to clean up after himself? Gosh, that's really surprisingly canon.
It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
Ah, it's the box! It's the box! What's in the FNAF 4 box? Is it the crying child? Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's without question. Nobody wears that type of green-colored sock. Nobody's that stupid.
Well, it seems we're just a little too late.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours' worth of clues to find in here.
But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Shams.
Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling.
Some ice water that apparently still hasn't melted. Which means he hasn't left the boat. He's still here. That ice is not melted.
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it...
Is there something wrong, Mr. Shams? You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikatoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks.
Pardon?
Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. Oh. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikatoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water.
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Mamma mia. You're a world-class detective, not a world-class cannibal.
Well, titles can change, Mikatoba, titles can change. Not the point I was trying to make, though, my dear fellow. It seems you have misinterpreted it. And I did, you know, the ship probably had a little bit of a refrigerator on board, you know? To keep a one-tenth body nice and pristine.
There's a speaking tube here, look, it's been stamped with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering.
That's really because of a favorite case of yours, isn't it?
Maybe, maybe not. Possibly. It was when I met my dear fellow, Mr. Naruhodo.
According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Isogi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was, as it was a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
Whatever for?
Well, it was the sign of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric.
Funny how I literally just improv that exact basic line of questioning.
Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment.
Really, Shams, surely you can just tell me what you said.
Oh, but what's the fun in that? Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of a Herlock Sholmes.
Could you tell my daughter to maybe use my name instead? I mean, Wilson was a criminal, right? I mean, he was a part of the Reaper. I mean, why would she use his name? Just tell her, please.
My dear fellow, that's not my jurisdiction. Her father should be the one to tell her, I would think.
No, mamma mia.
There, my dear fellow.
This is a waste paper basket.
Look, there's still a rubbish in here. Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' wastepaper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Several used condoms, a Snickers bar wrapper, and this. Yeah, we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago.
3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then? Man, I was still aboard myself.
Main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review. Okay.
Ah, yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
Let me look at that, please.
Can I look at that? Please, can I?
Can I look at that? No, I'm not allowed. All right. Fair, I guess. Well, obviously someone pressed the emergency button because all the books are fucked up. A sign's been taken.
The wall is a slightly different color here. Do you see?
Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief?
That is a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well have been the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes. Don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
Come on, man, it's right there. It's right there.
Ah, these are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes or travel cases.
I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. Definitely nothing to do with Mr. Naruhodo's exploits.
What about the fact they're not just straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikatoba? There's always nothing important about trifles.
It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown.
Momohiki work trousers, a Tenzin robe, haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
It looks to me as though if they've been thrown in a heap like that in somewhat of a hurry.
Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think.
Anything else we need to check out? Nope. Just the big crate. Oh, wait, the books.
Plenty of reading material to keep the passengers occupied on long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's not a single copy of the great adventures of Sherlock Holmes in here. Yes. Wait. Yes. Sorry, I got confused for a second with my own name. I thought I said the wrong one, but I am fairly sure I said Sherlock Holmes. Whatever the case, the great compendium that Iris put together is nowhere to be seen. One that compounds 1,000 Sherlock Holmes adventures into one neatly tidied book. Quite a steep price point, but all the better for my pockets. There's no copy of the adventure for Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me. But no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Great Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large, if you catch my drift. And a rather clumsy fellow, if he failed to notice he'd left all that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though? Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in the morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Now, what do we find here? You're still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganov, hello again. What did I say about phrasing? Eastern man. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You're waiting for me. Well, of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault! Now, may I ask, Mr. the Chicken, why do you share a name with a cute little TikTok animated doggy? I must know. Is your last name Nugget? No! No mention of Nugget, nowhere a name. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now! Well, of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Here, you see, I have seen that your bookcase is devoid of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, my dear fellow, just for you on this hearty day, I'm in a good mood to give you a copy for completely free. Now, after about 3 months, I will demand repercussions, but for the time being, it is free. For 3 months. And then I want 6 pence a month. Well, maybe that's a bit small. How about £6 a month? It's all to do with my rent problem. Why, naturally... Oops. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Are we really gonna have a classic deduction with Sholmes and Mikatova? Because that would be... Kakoi! I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Goku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Mr. Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out, all of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would have pleased me more. What is this? Listen, even I may have hard times with some long words. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a great detective, not a poet. We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. The time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship about some 2 hours ago. Ah, that is what I said. Well, sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that is quite clearly contradicting it. Unless your ice has a
infinite durability, which I completely doubt.
Yes, of course.
As you've noticed too, Mikatoma, then please do take the lead. One in this cabin shows the possibility of Goku having disembarked 2 hours ago. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikatoma.
God, these character portraits are so nice. Honestly, I would really love to see some... It might be really hard, but an Ace Attorney game that's a completely 2D animated game. You know, like classic Ace Attorney, but it's got, like, the entire 3D movement just in an entire animated form. Or maybe even something... I don't know, because it is already trying to do the cell shading thing. So they could just improve that, or just go fully 2D animated, and all these scenes are actually full-on scenes.
It's been 10 years since we last did these shows, not 3.
Why, of course it has. Quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So impress me.
I think I can imagine that. It's the ice.
Take that!
Oh, shit! We're actually dancing for this?
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass.
How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man who was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival, with this well-chilled glass in hand...
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff?
But why would Seishiro run from us?
But before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Should I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Group... Sorry, the SS... Ah, come on, Mikatoma.
Go ahead.
The SS Groose? Yes! Excellent work, my dear fellow. Are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Jigoku tried to hide.
What traces?
I know nothing of this. Ah, is this news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
So, what are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure you won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place here? What's the key to this, Mikatoba?
The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something... I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikatoba. To be honest, I'd quite become accommodated by doing it with my dear friend, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we all know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, mighty fellow.
Take that!
Speaking to...
Mikatoba, no games now, were my words, were they not?
Come on, Shomsy. Where's the fun in life without a little fooling around?
Oh, you got me there, my old chum. Quite right you are.
That was a close shave. I better rethink before I'm the fool here. Remnants of a dark deed. Well, your methods were never conventional, but you know I've always been willing to give them a try.
Dear God, Mikatoba, open your eyes! It was a metaphorical listening that I was suggesting.
Ah, of course. Remnants of a deed that took place here are being masked by something quite incongruous. Oh! This was supposed to be over here, but it got moved. It's masking it.
Take that!
Oh, Is it the rules of passage in these frame here? They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall as if they were put up in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. You're right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh.
I did. That really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikoto. Oh, sorry, Mr. Shobsy. You go.
So, Mikatoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
Blood. Bullet hole. This is where our boy lost his life, and the clothes are on the ground are covering all the blood. That looks like a bullet hole.
Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed.
Clearly,
the careful occupant of the room has already disposed of it. Stop taking my lines, Mikatoba. I know it's been a while, but please, let me have some of the spotlight, you hog. Now then, Mr. Stroganov. I have the distinct impression that you are attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about, but why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, well, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Oh. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, can't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying to the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by...
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
Oh, my dear Mikatoba, simply keep my first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it.
Time to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. Oh, a wad of banknotes. That is funny. He's doing the correcting now. Oh yeah. He has been teaching us this whole time. That does seem to be the case. You know, he is one for a little fucking around. That would completely make sense with how, when you break it down and then he continues on with his complete bullshit thing, you'll say something that leads into the next thing. You correct that one thing and then it still leads into the next thing. It always seemed a bit clunky, but that's a great explanation for why. He's literally just been fucking throwing him into a tutorial. It's almost too obvious for words.
Quite. The universal language of the world. Money.
And I'd wager that Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku. So I presume you realize what this means? There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But... I believe you know, Mr. Vulgar McGee. You know where Goku is hiding in this precise moment in time. As always, Mikatoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in the burly fellow's armor.
We need only follow the man's gaze to know where the prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you would describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Truth is, Goku was unable to escape from the ship in time. And is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
Yes, but if he thinks he can hold his breath from the great Sholmes, he has nothing to even question. One ear up to the case, and, well, it's pretty obvious. Between you and me, I think he may have tweeted in there. Honestly, he's struggling. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. Well, I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code.
The combination to the lock can't be opened from inside the trunk.
Oh, the combination code is Sholmes. Oh. Good job writing it on your fucking forearm, idiot.
Therefore, there must be an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Goku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. Yes, I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No, I know nothing of combination code.
Uh-huh.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman.
Oh.
Now, Mikatoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me to...
It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time.
Do I have to... Oh, wait. Oh, hold on.
5231045.
Wait.
523.
Wait, did I put 3 in there? No, 5, 2, 3. Oh. Wait. Hold on.
5231045.
Take that!
Ah, fuck.
Oh, wait, did I do it the wrong way around? Oh, fuck, I did, didn't I? It's 5410325. Fuck! I did it the wrong way around. Is it? Oh, yeah. 5401325.
Take that!
No? Did I fuck it up again? Fuck. That is... I'm right in assuming those are numbers. They look too much like numbers, but... Am I misrepresenting one of the letters? I mean, that fucking E... gotta be a 2. 8 days we're getting the Springtrap reveal trailer for DVD? Ooh. Neat. Five, 4, 0, 1, 3, 2, 5. Three, 1, 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
Oh, finally. I was right in the direction to do it. I just fucked up one of the numbers, I guess. That did it! It's open! You had to meddle, didn't you, Krillin? Look at him all scrunched up in there.
Well, Eugen, you found me now.
Say, Shiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of your many exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Goku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil's in the details, Mikitoba. I believe you meant to say, your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour? I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seichiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here in this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago, mind you?
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colourful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am.
I've seen for myself the obvious remnants of the incident in this cabin.
So you'd already purchased your ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking the cabin and seeing evidence, is that it?
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction of my movements.
We have a dish, Seshiro. Take it.
What is it?
A subpoena from the Old Bailey. Got in, as they say. You're a man of the law. You know the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
You came prepared then, Eugen.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, he said it! He said the line! One moment, though.
What is it, Mr. Sholmes?
Inside Goku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating little trinket.
What is that, Seshiro?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, let us pocket it for a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France.
Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've found as much as we can. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. My wonderful daughter. One of them. Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying.
During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No! The trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle's won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence that, and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion. That the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony. Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
What on earth is this crucial witness?
Seishiro Goku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Goku! You found him? But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest Goku's already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Sorry, I didn't know he was gonna say that. I thought he was gonna say thanks to Herlock Sholmes, but yeah.
Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson certainly met with Mr. Goku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Goku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Garus on the 31st of October.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Goku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord.
No objections, my lord?
We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Oh boy! Oh boy. I'm really surprised they're just like, yep, tomorrow. Makes sense though, I suppose. This is it. Investigation? Wait, really? Another investigation? The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Whoa! Look at this big old dinner! Oh my god.
We've returned, my dear fellows!
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Oh, think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more worrying day than Mikatoba and I know.
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
And all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. But the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey of all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what is the news of Goku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikatoba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you, or for the matter, only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper's ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
So it could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Sorry, Early, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right. I made it specially for you, Professor Mickey.
See, well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susie and I were half sisters, I meant.
Oh, no, it's not true. I had a inkling that it wasn't true. I was just trying to push the prerogative.
Oh! Iris, do you mean? Yeah, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in on the conversation you had after I tricked you into thinking I left.
You what?
The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out to be neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know,
I know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Who is it? Who is it?
Oh, Iris. First, it is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
And why don't I get an apologetic pheasant?
Just who is Iris's father? My original theory's not gonna come to pass, is it? She's not a half-sister with, Kazuma, is she? Suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today.
So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
A fine idea, Sholmesy. It looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram to Japan, and about Kazuma. What is bro staring at? Mr. Shums, what are you doing? He's sad about the pheasant.
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer.
Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself in quite the mood for a spell of a conversation. It's ever so hard keeping up the depressed demeanor. Let us pleasantly speak. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. Pardon me.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Yes. So, what was that telegram you received back from Japan, then?
Ah, this? Well, I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, R. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Yes.
What? Those 4 names! We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, Ashin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. And we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew Because the information had been sent from somebody by the, in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Now allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
You signed it with my name?
But clearly it says Herlock Sholmes right there. I can read it. I can see it right there. It's signed Herlock Sholmes. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in the clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
Are we ever gonna find out why he's constantly coughing and bleeding all over the place? Like, Hosanaga's... why is he coughing up blood all the time? I thought we were gonna explain that at some point. Poor guy. And in my name? What guys he opted for this time?
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmesy predicted.
That's just how he is. Oh, he's coughing up blood. What a kooky character. I'm sure he doesn't have internal bleeding anywhere. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
Sent to Judge Jigoku, who was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
Everybody in the organization? Everybody a part of the Reaper? Eh? The only reason I was against that before was because of Kazuma, and now he's revealed to be the assassin, you know, so... Fuck, man. It's definitely everybody in the Reaper clan.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Burya. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. You're completely taken by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Sogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on the shores of, for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
Yeah. Yeah. So you manipulated me?
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Oh, naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
Well, that's good. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh,
An omen that this very moment in time is close at hand.
Yo. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Sholmes knows.
What I know, my dear fellow? Why, I know everything. Try me.
Oh yeah, we got this now. What is this? Looks like a button. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's part of the top of a pocket watch that you... Oh.
it's called a crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
Oh. If this is a crown, I have a feeling we might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. Can we pop it on? What do you think, Miss Susato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was thinking the exact same thing. I was thinking precisely that too. Boom.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this information at once.
Very good. Alright, so we gotta... There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Goku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew. And that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Sogi Ashin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
And we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. Only because they appeared as a part of a top-secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you both were still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others of intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes when he has designs to know it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line.
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient, Goku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered.
Oh. Hits, then? Hits instead? Do we have those 4 names in our inventory now? Kiyasugi, Ashin, Gregson, Wilson. Well, those definitely seem to be part of the Reapers. They're definitely gonna be the Reapers of the Bailey. So if it's also, yeah. Somebody was trying to eliminate them. Probably, you know, the professor, if he is Goku. Because he got away with, you know. I don't know, though. All these details are so intricately woven. It's crazy. They've really gotten really good at making these mysteries, haven't they?
As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about the 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all connected.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was somebody else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shin, as was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Shin. It was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed.
Oh, but wait. That's right. She killed Wilson. So unless there was an internal debate within the Reapers headquarters, why would that have taken place? Maybe I'm very wrong here. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Oops.
And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Kiyasugi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Isogi were to stay away from Britain.
So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I had recounted tales of Asogi to him in my letters, and news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson's dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he isn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. Nah.
What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah yes. You mean about Shin, I presume?
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Oh.
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, are they?
Victims and killers. Oh, Kayasogi, Gregson, Ashin, Wilson. Maybe. Yeah. Because Asogi did try to take Gregson's life, and Ashin, well, did take Wilson's life. Interesting. But we know that Ashin and Asogi were definitely working, or at least had involvement with the Reaper of Death, you know. I think. Well, I think Ashin did. Wait, has that been confirmed? I don't know. Asogi definitely took the job with the Reaper, confirmed outright, but...
Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status merely a front.
Maybe those two knew some type of info that they couldn't have known and wanted dispatched? But if Gregson was directly working for the Reaper, then... Bro... Oh, well, no, he wasn't supposed to be killed. That's right.
Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
The real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination.
And, forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you only know too well.
You mean...
Kazuma?
Oh! He did say in court earlier today. His mission was to kill Gregson, not... He just said the mark.
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Dealing in assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Some type of exchange, goddamn.
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract and swap their respective assassination targets.
This is not going anywhere near anything I had in mind. This is crazy. Okay, alright, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That would be then an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain, in order to eliminate his target.
No doubt, one Mr. Strongheart. And... Goku? Maybe?
It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But... what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin has at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yeah. Such jurisdiction shall be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels.
these murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. The dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmesy. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Goku at all. It would mean Nasogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. Goku wasn't actually the mark. Well, okay. Those names are they're nowhere near what I said that they were the Reaper clan. No, that is wrong, outright. Gregson, the victim, was a part of the Reaper, but was caught up in a little assassination attempt. So he posed as a different assassin for, you know, the actual assassination of his real mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yeah, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention to us at the Great Exhibition that he'd been transferring to Paris, to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in.
Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
I am kind of just playing like, okay, who's Iris's dad? And thinking through the suspects at this point. It couldn't have been Gregson, could it have been? Because if it's Gregson's, that's fucked up. But it would somewhat explain his overly happy demeanor with her. Not just the money she gives out. This series is dead as never end. Come on, we're on the final episode. This is this is it. This is the final chapter.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
Preparations.
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then says you'll be my big sister.
Oh, I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if someone like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. Oh, really? Oh, yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Bruno to the floor? Oh, yes, yes, of course. Oh, it would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Well, wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Bruno.
Huh? I mean, yeah, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your song suit, naturally. Xbox raised console prices. Xbox was like, oh shit, Nintendo's doing it? Well... I think everybody's getting so pissed at fucking Nintendo, like, let's just sneak this in here.
Well, I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You just have to wait and see.
No.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course.
And if you don't, well, we'll have you cleaning the toilet for the rest of the month.
Ugh. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Goku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. Well, I feel like the only reason he would agree to killing Gregson is if he was led to believe that Gregson had something to do with... Well, yeah, I mean, everybody knows that he was the great officer who, you know, found the connection to his dad. Oh wait, they're just raising the Xbox One Series X price? Really? No changes, no nothing? Not even a new console, they're just raising it? Oh, okay. Epic. They've always been the cheapest one, too, if I recall right. It's always been Xbox the lowest because they don't sell as well. Well, if you ever wanted an Xbox, probably do it before that goes through, unless it already has. In which case, well, second-hand. Looks like you're going to be buying a lot of second-hand games this generation, guys. Sorry, America. Microsoft being as greedy as Nintendo? That's crazy. It's almost like companies don't give a fuck. It's almost like you should have known this whole time. Oh my god! $1,045 for the Xbox Series X? Jesus Christ! 572? Okay, well, okay. Oh, wait, here we go. No, that was a special edition with 2 terabytes of storage. So you're telling me an extra terabyte of storage is $200 extra? Is that what you're telling me? Wow. The regular Xbox here is 862, which is X62 and a D to USD. That's 511 United States dollars for an Xbox Series X. Is that how much it was there before the price hike? Oh yeah, about the same, okay. Well, I'm glad that I have no interest in Xbox and rather a console that has a lot of promise. The Nintendo Switch 2 coming out in 1 month, guys! It's only 1 month away! We're just straight up 1 month. It is May 2nd. May 1st for everyone else, but May 2nd for us. So, you know, we're so close. Nintendo's now the cheapest to get. They actually win by doing nothing. Yep. Apparently they raised game prices as well. They're going to be doing $80 to $100 games, which is no surprise to us. You know, we've had $150 games for a little while. I'm saying, you know, Nintendo is no longer the only ones doing it, so at least they'll get a little bit of slack, hopefully, from people, because people are going so crazy on the prices. Like, you guys, you know this is like an omen, right? Everyone's going to be doing this in like 5 years. until the economy is either, you know, back to somewhat of a standard normality, after, you know, we're still feeling the outskirts of COVID. I mean, I'd pay that for Doom: The Dark Ages, but you know, don't tell them that. I'd pay it for Doom, but yeah, Doom is really expensive here. I got just the regular edition with no DLC because, well, the DLC is not gonna be for like at least another year, so I'll just buy the DLC when it comes out, probably on sale because Doom games go on sale fucking every other day. You know, that's also something that Nintendo. I could see that. Sorry, I'll get back to Ace Attorney in a second, but you always get me so wow. I love to just rant about shit, but games from like Xbox and PlayStation go on sale constantly to like astronomically low prices. They're constantly lowering game price. So even if a game launches at 80, especially if it does bad, in a half a year it'll be like 30, 20, $10. Nintendo doesn't do that. They go by like $5 off. That's a deal. That's a steal. $5 off Mario Kart? You guys were worried about $10 more. How about $5 more? It's like, no, Nintendo. A good deal is like 40% off, 60% off, not 10% off. That's not a deal. That's not a deal at all. That means I can buy like a bag of chips now alongside my new game. Come on, guys. Like, the only Nintendo games you see, like, down, like, low are the Ubisoft ones, like, Mario Rabbids. Those... Hell, if you haven't gotten Mario Rabbids yet, I don't know where you've been looking, because they are often, like... Probably in America, probably down to $10. I know I got my copy of Kingdom Battle for, like, 25-ish New Zealand dollars, which is, like, nothing in America. And not only did I buy the original version, they gave me the gold version for free. So I got all the DLC and shit in the first game for absolutely nothing. And then I bought Sparks of Hope at launch, so I had to pay full price for that. Whatever. Anyway, back to Naruhodo's, you know, plunge into darkness. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. At the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Oh, look at my new family. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. And Kazuma's not a part of it. What kind of a world is this? My husband now an assassin and evil? Oh my god. Honestly, I hope the Kingdom Battle games get a Switch 2 version, or at least a update for their FPS, because fuck, Sparks of Hope ran like absolute shit. Sparks of Hope ran like dog doo-doo. That ran so bad. Like, the game was good, and the Rayman DLC, I mean, hell, Rayman coming back? Pfft. That's still one of the best VODs I have on YouTube. That's still one of the best performing. Still one of my top performing VODs, but man, just ran really poorly. The first game ran alright, from what I remember, but the second one... Probably because the second one was very, very pretty. Like, Sparks of Hope was a very pretty game. Yeah. I yearn for the Rayman. I yearn for the Glade of Dreams as a child.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot.
The devs said themselves they were told to wait for Switch 2? Oh yeah, wait, I do remember that. Maybe, possibly Switch 2 edition? With a free upgrade pack, maybe? Because, you know, Ubisoft hasn't been known for making a quadruple A game, so surely they'll give a free upgrade pack instead of, you know, being like 30 bucks. Surely, you know, surely. Right? Right, guys? Right? Right? Right, guys? I'm not going to replay those games anyway, even if they get updates. So I don't really care. All I care about is if Pikmin 4 gets a Switch 2 edition with a cave editor and a 100 cave challenge. That's all I want. Maybe a new area. That's it. And 60 FPS too. That's all I care about. I couldn't care less. They already confirmed Mario Odyssey isn't getting an update, so don't care. Give me Pikmin or I bust. Give me Pikmin now I bust. I don't know if there's any Switch 2 edition games I would actually want to get. I'm going to get Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for free because they're included in the expansion pack, but Kirby, I'm still on the edge about because the DLC for Kirby kind of looks like shit. I mean, it kind of looks like there's not really any new levels. It's kind of like additions to levels. It's like, okay. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to pay $40 for that, you know.
Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve, yes. That's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds was Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man.
To be honest, if Pikmin 4 gets anything, I'll be happy. Even if there's no DLC, something. I need something. I actually saw this morning a little, I didn't watch it, because I kind of want to stay a little, you know, out of the loop of leaks this time around. But apparently, there's already leaks starting for the Switch 2. Apparently. Like, Switch 2 direct leaks have already begun. I saw one video on it, so take that with a grain of salt. But it appeared on my timeline. I was like, really? Already? But I suppose if a June Direct is happening, I mean, they're probably already putting it together right now, so it's probably being edited as we speak. But yeah, if it is just an FPS patch, I will be a bit sad, but I mean, that's an excuse to replay Pikmin 4. And at 60 FPS in that beautiful game, honestly, I could see them doing like 60 FPS 4K for Pikmin 4. Like, I think they probably would do a 4K update for that game, because it's just so goddamn pretty. Oh, Pikmin 4 already had really good lighting, but with the Switch 2 lighting and the HDR, that would look so fucking good. It would pop so goddamn good. Oh, man. Yeah. Wonder if they'll show anything at Summer Games Fest this year. Probably not.
You shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
You did what?
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has been leading up to this day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're headed into a very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
Fuck
is that going on? Cool. Noise.
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecution's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume?
Yes, my lord. It's Freddy.
Knock, knock, knock. Freddy's here. Freddy's home.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand.
Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the room.
Oh yeah, by the way, Foolproof, if you haven't been here, Goku is like one of the main like suspects here in this case. So, yep. He's pulling literally everything on the line in order to find the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is gonna test it to the limit.
Goku, you didn't, did you? Prosecutor Kazuma is saying you were there. It's not true, is it? You practically gave Master Roshi a heart attack.
Just call the flying nimbus in the ditch.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ah, so it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena. I did what was necessary.
Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his response are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Goku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Goku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of this country. I hear he played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Goku, I must ask. Do you have a tissue? Yeah, exactly. But also, he probably hired, an assassin to get rid of a detective. Oop. No, my tissues! They've fallen under my bed! How did they roll that far? Ow. Golly. Kind of sad we're not going to be playing Repo tonight. I've been having so much fun with that. I'm really sad that for some reason my computer or whatever or Twitch is cutting all the streams, like randomly just kicking me, having me just like my streams turn off every once in a while and come back. My end is perfect. I get no notification of it. I only see it after the fact. It just sucks. Not really for me, because I can just stitch it together, but for you guys, it makes it really hard watching. At least live. But we're gonna resume that on Monday, of course. We're gonna do an all-day stream of it. And we're gonna try let Philip host next time to see if that will help.
I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. The IFSS. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited a guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say?
Oh, shit.
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
And Goku didn't know how right he was when he said he was an alien. So you would turn and run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is far more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan over a year ago now.
A year in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Goku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you've resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Goku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. You see, this is what happens. Chi-Chi gets her way, and now he's involved in this whole big investigative murder plot. He should have never got a real job. The communication contained 4 names. Kei Asogi, Ah Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Goku.
What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why's my name on that list?
This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kei Asogi and Ah Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
That would be awesome, dude. Oh boy! Look who's back, everybody! Did you miss him? Oh man. Well. Okay. Well, you know what that means. Break time. Break time, everybody. Break time. Break for lunch, everybody. Time to break. God, I did not miss that. I missed the cold. I did not miss the song. Great. Well, I guess we can just sit here and talk until it's over. Before I've, done things like, I don't know, end stream and come back later, or BRB'd and just went off. So I guess we can just, this time, how about we just sit here and talk about whatever we want? It's $800 in Brazil? Really?
You guys know it's $800 here too, right?
Or is that 800 USD? Because if it's just like 800 Brazilian dollars, then we have the exact same thing. But 800 USD would be more of a headline. Because, well,
Damn.
But isn't it like in Brazil, games are like gambling or something, so they're already incredibly expensive? Okay. Yeah, because our ones here are $7.99. But I believe it might be Brazil or one of those countries where like games are seen as like a form of gambling, so they're incredibly expensive. I'm fairly sure it was Brazil. Hollow Knight Silksong will be playable in September 2025 at an Australian museum. What? What is this? IGN article. It will be playable in an Australian museum in September 2025. Real? I mean, yeah, they're an Australian studio. Yeah, Adelaide. 4,500 Brazilian currency. That's crazy. And you guys are complaining. They should be the ones fucking complaining. Silksong will be playable at the Melbourne Museum as a part of... Oh, fuck. Do you love when you're reading an article and suddenly an image pops up that hadn't, like, loaded yet, and then you completely lose your place? Silksong will be playable at the Melbourne Museum as part of a video game exhibition called Game Worlds, which will also include displays that delve into the game's design and artistic direction. Does that mean it comes out before then? Does that mean it comes out before? Does that mean it comes out before September 18th? Huh? If it's gonna be playable there, surely that would be after, you know, it comes out, right? Ooh. I hope... Oh, if it's a shadow drop, that's gonna be crazy. I really want to replay Hollow Knight, but, like, I really want Silksong, so, like... I want it to be put off a little bit because we have so many games coming out, but then again, I want it as soon as possible. I've just got so many games on my, that I'm playing through right now. I still haven't beaten Metaphor. I'm, like, right at the end. I've fallen off. And I'm making my way through, the first Berserker Kazan. I'm nearly 100% of that game. And also, I've been sucked back into Balatro. I've actually won twice now. Probably not very impressive, but, after playing for a little while, I finally got my first 2 wins. Kind of funny because I was like going full on through the first one to try and get that win. Finally got it. Really happy. And then the first game on the second deck, I won the first time. Is there anything else Switch 2 that we can talk about while we wait? I mean, that's all I can really think about. Let's look at Nintendo Today. Have I checked today? I actually really like Nintendo Today. I gotta be honest, I think it's a fun little app. I always check it. Not just to see the cute little Pikmin animations, but not just to look at the little cute Pikmin animations. 3D view of the Nintendo GameCube controller. I'm thinking of getting that. I think that'll be a fun controller to have when we stream through those GameCube classics. It's $100 though, so if it's still available for pre-order a little later down the line, closer to June 5th, maybe I'll grab it then. Mario Kart World Dino Dino Jungle looks really good. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Switch 2 Edition, Stage and Show number 3. Winged Monsters from Zelda. Wind Waker number 2 Art Museum. Mario vs. Donkey Kong Stop Motion Animation. World 2 from Super Mario Bros. Oh, a silhouette quiz. Oh, gee, I wonder who that fucking is. silhouettes are not good for Mario. It's like the easiest shit. That's like for toddlers. Yes, I have seen the new Switch update, yes. It's really surreal seeing, like, finally, after all this time, if you turn on your Switch and you go to Game Share or whatever, you can see, like, please connect to a Switch 2 system. It's like, oh, man, if I could, I would. If I could, I would. Yeah, so we got a straight up news tab that's now green. Very cool. We got the eShop is now red and still runs like shit. Album Game Share. Virtual game cards, which has been implemented now. Which basically turns like every game into like a game card. Which is a very interesting thing, and definitely makes it a bit confusing. Oh, yes, I know, Astro, but I don't have one of those, and, like, yeah, I could endeavor to get that, it might be cheaper, but then at the same time, I don't know, it'd be cool to get one of the NSO controllers. And it has been confirmed that it works with everything on Switch 2, just not Switch 1. I think was that little caveat that people got confused about. You can see Switch 2 games on the eShop? Is that true? Oh, I want to see that. I got nothing else to do while we're sitting here waiting for that fucking loud ass to get done. Loud ass saw. Let me go take a peek. Oh yes, Deltarune. I'm probably gonna play Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 on Switch 2, just because it's like launch day game. It's so, you know, intrepid. Toby Fox is so like involved with Nintendo at the moment. Why not get that Switch 2 Joy-Con feature? And my save file on Switch has everything. I've got the egg. I've got the 2 pieces from Spampton and Jevil. So, oh, yep, there it is. Switch 2 releases, add to wishlist. Let's see here. Yep, not compatible, not compatible, not compatible, not compatible, not compatible, not compatible. Is anything compatible? Oh, yeah, Deltarune Switch 2. There it is. Very cool, very cool. Fortnite. Switch 2. So that's how it's gonna look like, huh? Okay. Can't even see, like, the prices on there. Interesting. I'm so excited for that Switch 2 eShop. That Switch 2 eShop looks so nice. It looks so clean, and it's stupid to be excited for a shop. Oh, click on that for price? Oh, I didn't even click on it. Okay. Just, that eShop sucks so fucking bad, dude. I don't know how they fucked it up so I don't know how they did it. It's a storefront. How is it lagging? I don't understand. It makes no goddamn sense. Switch 2 Welcome Tour is $16. That is fucking crazy. You know what else I could get for $16? Hollow Knight. About that, roughly. Maybe an extra $4 on there, and then there you go. But still, Hollow Knight. Yeah, right. Donkey Kong Bananas, $120. 17th of the 7th. Yep. Fast Fusion. What's this? What is that? Was that shown in the direct? Oh, yep. Yes, it was. I believe. I think a short snippet was shown. It's a good-looking game. $24. See, okay. Would you rather get this brilliant little game by Shinen Multimedia, or would you rather switch to Introduction Tour? I think I know what I'm picking. Cyberpunk 2077, 140. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy, that's really gonna just be the pricing scheme, huh? That's about $70 American. Zelda Switch 2 edition. Oh, this is the upgrade pack. $20. Okay. 20 bones. But it's 20 bones for both, or is this just Tears? Oh, that's just Tears. That's Breath of the Wild. Well, I get them for free, because they're a part of the expansion pack, right? You guys... That's right? They're part of the expansion pack? Because I'm not buying them if they're not a part of the expansion pack. You can suck my fucking dick. Nintendo. I'll just take those free updates for like Mario Odyssey and stuff. Which, I don't know if those are coming out day one. I know the Zelda ones are coming out day one. I don't know if the updates are, or if they're just confirmed. But if the updates are coming out, day one we're gonna have to test Scarlet and Violet and see how bad that runs on Switch 2. I'll be surprised if they can have it above 30. Especially since it's not getting a Switch 2 edition, it's just a Switch 2 update. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? That's not too bad, actually. So, an upgrade pack for a game that is getting new content is only $10 extra. Even here. That's very good for New Zealand. That's good. Because usually stuff like this is kind of... After Persona 3 Reloads episode Aegis that was $60, that was like a $20 DLC. Ugh. That's actually quite cheaper than what I was expecting. Because $30 for a DLC, that's basically what we're paying anyways. So if the DLC is actually worthwhile, I don't mind that at all. That's actually okay. I don't mind that. So how much is the DLC for you guys? Like the DLC upgrade packs, like Kirby and Mario Party. So for here it's like 30, so that would be 15 American about. I think that's cheaper. I think your guys is 20. Yeah. So ours is cheaper. Let's go! Let's go! $5 cheaper! Yippee! Hold on, I'll get the exact one. Let's see. 30 entity to USD. $17. Okay. Alright, that's only $2 cheaper, really, because it's $17.79. But still, I think Kirby's gonna be worth it. I might wait to hear. Kirby the Forgotten Land at 60 FPS with better graphics does sound really good. But is it kind of fucked up that I thought it was 60 FPS all this time? I didn't think it was 60. Like, I can tell it's not 60 by looking at it, but like when I played, I didn't really notice. I thought it was pretty smooth when we played it anyways. Like, the only thing that I could really think of that showed its age was the enemies in the background being at a lower frame rate. Mario World! Oh, I'm so excited. $130. Yep. Can you believe they kept Donkey Kong's dab? Can you believe that? Like, I don't even know what he's attempting to do in the original Switch version. It's just been corrupted by that fucking shitty thing that my generation came up with. But from what I remember, he kind of like closes his right hand and looks into it. To me, it was always like, yeah, it's like a funny dab, ha ha ha. But it's also like he's grabbing something. He's like grabbing something and then looking down. I thought it was like a, you know, like he found absolution or something. And now it's just a full-on dab. It's true. Consistent 30 FPS is not bad. Paper Mario 1000 Year Door 2. Which I'm surprised that's not getting an update. Like, why is that not getting an update? Why is that not getting an update? That is like the perfect game to give just like an FPS to 60 boost. The original had 60 FPS. Switch 2, perfect. Free 60 FPS update. Why wouldn't you do it? Do you know what kind of pisses me off? Yeah, it sucks that the new versions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are, like, a little more expensive than even the original versions on Switch 2. On Switch 1, I mean. But, like, people were really mad that it doesn't include the DLC. And, like, yeah, that's annoying. And I'm not defending Nintendo here, but, like, half of you already own the DLC. You know, you don't have to buy it again, right? The DLC stays the same. You just buy the upgrade pack. Like, you still have the DLC. There's not a Switch 2 version of the DLC, you guys. We're all complaining about these game prices. We're not the ones who suffer. It's the people who've never played these games before. Or physical collectors. Those two. We just have to buy the upgrade packs. And, like, that sucks. But, like, we already have them. And most of the time, you're not even going to grab the ones that you're not going to replay. So, it's not really going to affect you. And I'm sure upgrade packs might go on sale, too. Or they might lower the price eventually. I don't know. Does Deltarune have its price on Switch, too? $40. Toby, I will pay $140 for Deltarune. I don't even care. I will give you all my earthly belongings, please. Please give me Deltarune 3 and 4. I don't even want it. I don't even want my money. Just take all of it. Oh my god, Jockington grows a beard. Is there new screenshots? That's new. Yeah, it's the mobster attack. You shoot the socks off. And then you have the Guitar Hero one. Our 3 musical lads. Oh man, thanks for checking that. That's wrong. What's Sans talking about? I don't remember his thing. I don't remember that. You know what's fucked up, though? Do you guys know? There's that whole bit in the Direct. They show it for a little second. There's a bit of scene here on the Switch 2, like, screenshots. Jockington grows a beard. I think it was, like, 3 years ago. Toby was on, like, a live stream as his little dog with TTS, and he's like, spoiler for Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Jockington grows a beard, and the prophecy is being fulfilled. He grows a beard. Just how old is Jockington, Ugh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So excited. Wishlist that. No. You're specifically going to be banned from Chapter 3 and 4. You'll get 6, but you'll just be confused on all the stuff you missed out on. That's fucked up, because that's something Toby would do. It's a joke. You don't get the final chapter, and you don't get to play 5 either. You only get to 6. 1, 2, and 6. That's crazy. I wonder if that Yacht Club Games game is going to come out this year. Mina the Hollower. I've been waiting for that one. That looks really fun. I can't wait for that. And they announced their what is it? The Shovel Knight Remastered and Shovel Knight 3D. Excited for those two. Shovel Knight 3D especially. Like, if Shovel Knight was like a love letter to NES, SNES games, with that beautiful side-scrolling action, I can only imagine the 3D one is just going to be like pure 3D bliss, like GameCube N64 era. I can't wait. I love those types of games. Damn, Minecraft is the top of the charts right now? I mean, the Minecraft movie, duh. Of course it is. Of course it is. What am I talking about? The Minecraft movie has literally just come out. Oh yeah, isn't 3D World getting an update too? That's kind of fun. Skyward Sword's on the top games. That's interesting. Oh. Is the song done? Is break time over? But I was having so much fun just yapping. What is this? Minecraft? What is this? Minecraft Deluxe Edition? Ah? Even Minecraft's got a Deluxe Edition now? What is this? Deluxe Edition includes the added content in addition to Minecraft. 1,600 mine coins, 6 maps, Super Mario Mashup, Skyblock 1 block, Hacker Tools, Pets Collection, Parkour Spiral, Original Bed Wars, 3 skin packs, Spy Mobs, Cute Anime Teens? Okay. Interesting inclusion in Minecraft, alright. And cute mob skins. Okay. We looked into the guys at Mojang. Cute anime teens. Interesting. 1 texture pack, Clarity. 5 character creator items and 3 emotes. Yeah, I guess the Mario mashup pack with the original version of Minecraft, right? Because Minecraft used to have the Nintendo Switch edition. I actually have that. Because I have the physical version of Minecraft. I think it came with it as well. Okay, well, before we continue, I think it's over, by the way. I'll go check, but I need to go to the toilet anyways. It's been that way since they were bought by Microsoft.
At least it's still only $40.
God. Damn. Switch 2, Minecraft, with the shaders. That's looking pretty sexy. It's been a while since I've played Minecraft handheld, because obviously, like, I don't want to play on my phone. My phone doesn't run Minecraft very well, and my Switch, well, that's the Switch version of Minecraft. But Switch 2 Minecraft, that might actually be viable. I might actually be able to play Minecraft in bed again. But hold up a second. Let me look at my physical version real quick. Yes. Includes Super Mario Mashup Pack and more. What do I get? Includes Super Mario Mashup Pack, Natural Texture Pack. Why the fuck is the text so small? I can't even read this. Biome Settler Skin Pack, Battle and Beast Skin Pack, and Campfire Tail Skin Pack. Download required. Okay. I wonder if they're going to do a Switch 2 edition for Minecraft, or they're just going to do, like, an upgrade. Just a free update. It's just like, yep, this is the PS4, Xbox One version. Congrats. That's probably what they'll do. It's probably not going to be a Switch 2 edition. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to go, piss, and then we'll get back to Ace Attorney, because it seems like the sawing has concluded. I will BRB, everyone.
Onward, my dear fellows! To the court! We must go! Yes. There must be no time to waste. The break is over. Get off of your Switch 2 copium and let's get back to business, shall we?
Free updates for new console editions? Well, there you go. Microsoft, please. I don't want to pay $30 for Minecraft upgrade, because then I'll just play on my PS5. Let me play in bed, please. And let me use my Grimace egg skin, please. I love my Grimace skin. He's my beautiful boy. Alright, let's go. Man, 1 month. Just 1 month. Oh, and a reminder, we also have 3 major notable games coming out this month. One is a little smaller. It's the Midnight Walk, a horror game coming out next week. We're going to be streaming that day 1. And then we got Doom the Dark Ages coming out on the 15th. We're going to be playing that. And then on the 30th, we have Elden Ring Night Reign, which we're going to be playing and trying to play as much as we can before Switch 2 comes out the following week. 5 days after that. Jesus Christ. That is going to be that's going to be painful. And it's not very far away. I'm going to have to deal with that. I'm going to put in so much work. Oh, boy.
It's so hard playing video games, you guys. It's so much work.
No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. You know, Asa Shin sounds very Japanese. I mean, I know it's a play on assassin, pretty obviously, but I don't know, I can't... It's such a Japanese-sounding name to me. That ain't British at all. Is it worth it for the funny pun? It's always worth it for the funny pun.
Ashin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. The assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of an assassin exchange. An assassination, proclamation, prohibition, cohabitation, exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
I'm pretty sure it's Strongheart who was the other occupant of this. The telegram was found in your office, Goku.
Goku, we found this telegram in your office. It wasn't really you, was it? But... I've already said 18. In hiding. Please, Goku.
In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
Judge Goku, what's this all about?
And you, Kazuma. You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Goku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Inosuke. But actually, I didn't lie.
Uh-huh.
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Goku was the mark came entirely from you.
You deliberately avoided saying a name? Was he there to kill Mikitoba then? He was the other one who was there with him.
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Goku, what do you say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that his new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS...
Say it with me, everyone. The SS... Hold on. Gruce. Yep. We're still doing it. My YouTube is being very laggy. Judge Goku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for such quite a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman is in for information that the court must hear about the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Oh boy.
It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
So you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asugi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Goku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is, your police inspector can't have perished aboard the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such of such dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister of such a high ranking, such as the witness, could have hoped to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Here we go.
Here we freaking go now.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan, then.
Correct. It was at the examinations and for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So, you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Funny. Funny is not a good acknowledgement, counsel. I mean, witness. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Goku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why'd you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire, but his whole purpose in life.
Yeah. As his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of portraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Goku was the one visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I've placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
Their voices are so similar, I'm sorry. I know there are minute differences I gave them, but it's hard to keep going. I'll try.
That simply wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. There was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah, my hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Shum's strategy worked perfectly.
he predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through the assassination mission anyway.
So you're playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned with about the testimony given by the witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson in the victim's murder. In that case, I've already made my perfectly clear I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating that plea?
Uh-huh.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS... I'm not gonna do it this time. Bruce, you mean? Wow, my Opera GX is being very laggy at the moment.
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
That particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Goku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see, that proves it.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't want to move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. Yeah, it's inconceivable that the crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You'll recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like the steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Goku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't actually find a bullet.
Ugh, that's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. It seems no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question. We must assume the witness is telling the truth.
Oh, yeah? That's what you think, huh?
There was the perfect time to do that. Inspector Gregson was worth his salt as a master plan for killing type. Master tactician. That would have been better to say. Alright. I know exactly what it is. There was a precise moment where all the crew were up on the deck. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
Oh, it's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Sherlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grus were together on the deck for an evacuation drill.
A grill.
All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Goku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. Why does the music keep, like, stuttering like that? But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. And if you jumped off a cliff, would you, Kazuma? What? Exactly. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very well. Very true. Well, counsel?
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Goku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel.
Take that!
Small component. Judge Goku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch.
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that it was retrieved from Judge Goku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Goku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? I believe Judge Goku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world from your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
Clarify one point.
The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. But what exactly happened in your cabin aboard this ship on the evening of the 31st of October? Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon so thorough, though. He couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch was broken, and I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. London. Ippon sui. Oh, a common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. In no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. No doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's Hand of Death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Goku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time on a cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo ain't giving up, bruh. Have you seen his successor? I mean, come on, that guy, Mr. Phoenix, right? I mean, that guy pursued a case for over 60 years. I mean, that guy's really something, you know? Well, I guess it's not 10 years. But he did solve cases that were 10 years old.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
Get his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set some alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned and immediately disembarked on the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived in my cabin. You entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no point for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot anybody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of a crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ipponsui is faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, I'm in a situation I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Sui throw.
Ugh. My mouth be going dry.
I imagine his watch was...
Alright.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not to mention the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. The point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that the murder took place. How? Absolutely not. All the watch proves is my power of the jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because all there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
No blood on that, no blood on the watch. However, there is blood on this.
Objection!
No, okay. Let's just finish out the pressing then.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
The inspector was killed on a steamship in France. How on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yeah, that's true, but... And do you remember how he was bundled up in that little suitcase of his? Exactly like Gregson was.
All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think that the border police would query a corpse of an Englishman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense of risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Well, that's killed the idea then. But perhaps not. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yeah, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Damn me. You really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand.
You shut the fuck up.
I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
Hold it!
No possible way. There's an idea.
Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
No, they didn't. You got past it. I remember you got ahead of the line because you're a visiting minister or whatever. And our friend Mr. Mario did not get the same treatment.
We met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that.
Professor Heron's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's nothing really more to say.
And we gotta let them know of the special circumstances. Prove that his luggage wasn't gonna get checked. Dismissal, letter of introduction. Steamship ticket, SS Cruise, first class cabin. Yokohama. Ugh! Ba 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 ba. How would we prove that he didn't get checked? Passport. And in Goku's cabin. Oh wait, maybe the picture? The picture does show him with the crate.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, there we go. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
What's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival to London. And look, that bag was in the background the whole time. Ah, very nice, Ryan. I presume you recall this, Judge Goku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer at the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, we have with you a very large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Goku's trunk. Trunks? Yeah.
Who's this handsome young man?
Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Goku?
But inside his trunk, how horrifying.
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grus is no exception. Professor Mikitoba told me all about it yesterday. Well, Judge Goku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Goku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made the accusation against you. How do you respond?
That true? Pose for the fans.
Respond? There's nothing for me to respond to, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Werner von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range.
Kazuma, come on. Let go of that. Do you hear what we're talking about here? Have you heard any of the proceedings, bro? Get over it. It wasn't him, dog.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known for in it works. Young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Is it Karama? The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, as the accused Bark von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Photograph thing. Indeterminate.
Take that!
Not that. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Surprisingly clearly? Is it the blood on the box? Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it's the link between the sword and the box, because the tip of Kazuma's sword ended up in his box. And that couldn't have happened at the scene.
Take that!
Damn it. Surprisingly clearly? Really? Am I so off base here? Am I so out of touch? No.
Take that!
It's the children who are wrong. Shit. Fuck! Oh, poop. I only got one try left. Fuck. Uh-oh. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The doll. The charm. ACT 0522. Ba 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 ba. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know. That's just what they've been saying this whole time. If we've had this piece of evidence, why haven't we been made to do it yet? Bum. Bum, bum. Bum. Bum, bum. Bum. Maybe the way his body is curled up? Exactly the same way it would be in a trunk, but is that at all even feasible to present? You know what? Fuck it.
Take that!
It is. It's the body shape. I even mentioned it before. I just didn't think that was like a clearly contradictive piece of evidence. I mean, clearly? How else would you crumple to the ground, Renosuke?
A photograph of the victim at the very location you claim he wasn't killed?
Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Oh, wait. No, he's right. Because he died instantly. He didn't have time to curl up in pain. He died instantaneously. He didn't feel any pain. He would have just fell how he fell. No, you're right. You're so right. You're so right, King. I'm sorry for blaming you. I forgot he died instantaneously.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. Could have easily adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your logic that's flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, I didn't notice when I killed him. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body looked exactly as how he'd been kept in a confined space.
Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Present my trunk! I refuse! What?
One more grounds.
That I don't want to go to prison! I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I should be exempt from all murders that I make. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Goku, there's blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
Commit murders? At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness. In a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Goku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it!
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Osogi?
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
Now he's gonna implicate that it was Kazuma who did it. I'm pretty sure.
What?
You... Dear God, outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to...
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it in the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it if you didn't do it. Then who on earth killed the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Osogi! You.
This is definitely going certain ways.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seiichiro Goku. So, you've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Osogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could put in the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to the visiting witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't! So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What's your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on that night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Osogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Goku or Kazuma. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Goku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... impossible. Because he would have done it with a sword. Judge Goku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future for the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court would only like to accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. Ah. Well, shit. No!
My balls! No, my balls.
I swear to God, if it's the trunk, or not the trunk, the inspector's case with the metal part of Karuma in there, I'm gonna be pissed. Well, I have infinite tries.
Take that!
Okay, it's not. Okay, good. I'm gonna say... I'm still hung up on his swords idea. So maybe the autopsy report, that it was a bullet?
Take that!
I'm making the evidence weep. Sorry. Okay, I'll look through. Those are just my instincts. Alright, alright, alright. Impossibility of his involvement. It might be that. It might be the Asogi papers, you know. Something in there. His true resolve.
Take that!
Okay, okay, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold the phone here. Some vigil, letter of introduction, dismissal notice, police figure, revolver. The gun itself.
Take
Possibly.
that!
Oof. I'm really making the evidence weep here. Okay. Nixon's photograph. It's not that. There's an impossibility for Kazuma to have committed the crime. It's not that, it's not that.
not his sword. Oh, the pocket watch that was found in his trunk, maybe? Oh no, but he still got transferred into there by him. Fuck, I don't know. Passport?
Take that!
Oh, fuck, what is it? Oh! Not again, not again! Oh, wait, I'm not gonna save. I'm just gonna... It puts me right here, so I'll just get my lives back. Cosmo, I'm trying to help you here, man. Just go along with whatever bluff I throw out, okay? I'm a goddamn right. I have the right, because I'm a right, to bluff. Alright, I'll hydrate. Maybe that'll allow me to think better. Maybe I can thinky good after water. What if I'm doing it wrong and it's just like, yeah, it was Cosmo all along. Yeah, he did it. Sorry. Guess I can fucking try it.
Take that!
Nope. I don't know. I don't know what it is. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to... Sorry, are you giving me important info? You can't upset Susato-san or I'll end up upset too. As long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. This? 10 p.m.? Do we have something that corroborates him leaving at 10 p.m.? But with that line of inquiry that I didn't read, coincidentally...
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Cruise, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Goku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point here is, when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
Ugh.
Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings... There we go. Yep. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing.
It only took you fucking 17 tries. Oh, I'm surprised all the same. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that I don't accept it at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel.
Well, as he said, it would be simple enough to check that he did.
Obviously, he left my cabin. He hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
No,
There's no escape this time! You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Is he gonna break the witness stand again? Are we gonna get to see it? Oh, shit! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like make it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro G. Goku.
It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh, shit. Ah! You're going to have to pay for that, you know. It's over. My life is over.
You're damn right. You're damn right. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi?
Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement.
Sorry. Yes, exactly right. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option of carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be the safest way to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for my pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
But there's only one person who could have done that.
Hold on.
The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself.
It's seeming likely that the Reaper and the Professor are one and the same. I did get, we have theorized that. But it seems like Goku is not the Professor. From what we're getting here, it is seemingly likely that Strongheart might know something, about that, maybe, perhaps, mayhaps. Ugh.
So, that means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper?
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't even give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Bruce.
My
Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up to on the dock to throw it all over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson and his intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Huge Bone, whom he would take back to his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took the hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was a little more than nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. He only arrived at the room at around 5:15, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up a little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Bone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into the trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
And do you remember who obfuscated the fish?
Mr. Innocent?
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Goku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the whole assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Sorry, I'm a bit drunk. Then in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the wileful murder of Tobias Gregson. Say true, Goku. It's the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Yippee.
May I remind all of those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
What about our not guilty? We're not done, are we?
Moments ago, Mr. Goku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of his body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled. Yeah, sorry. Couldn't save him. He was guilty. By his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey in this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark of these mysteries.
Yeah, I'm sure we do, Strongheart. Yeah, I'm really sure you have nothing to do with any of that, and you're just well on your way to sweeping it all under the rug. Yeah, I'm sure you'd love that, wouldn't you, buddy?
Insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zieks. Oh.
No response from him. We didn't have to cut the Von Zieks.
The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
Well, shit, I got nowhere else to be. Let's just sort this out right now. What do you got?
But Judge Goku finally confessed.
Nevertheless,
Barak von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
well, it would appear of information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Goku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Goku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on the mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself...
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What?
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information for which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he's the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated between Goku and the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning of which to identify the, definitively, the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intent here.
I must say I'm surprised. by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper in the exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Oh boy. And am I right in assuming we're only about halfway through?
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation.
I'm going into slut mode. Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness. In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant on the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
Right, he's not himself. I knew it would be like this. I came here today to determine to face him through whatever may arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord.
I didn't know of either of them. They happened behind my back. I had no opportunity to do either.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange.
Fair and just. Well, let's all end for tea. A verdict of not guilty, if you would please, Your Honor.
Both that you're the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in no position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue.
Rinosuke Naruhodo?
Yes.
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will find its way out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to the cross-examination of the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Well, as for your connection with, the professor, I don't know.
Objection!
Oh, really? Or I guess he just means both of them? Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey?
Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with just a one-word answer on this. I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That's pretty rich coming from the defense, gotta be honest. That one-by-one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one-by-one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I can possibly say how that would make me feel with one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that's all me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it?
That's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Bruce, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're here at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning you up there at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yeah, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into that trap set by Goku.
Exactly. Goku had intended to implicate Huge Bone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder.
Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Yeah, that's instantly what I went to go prove, but yeah. You meant between all three.
Of course, we are close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
or to buy good fish and chips and such like.
Facts! Facts! Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link between...
Oh. Well, that's pretty on the nose. That's pretty fucking on the nose, ain't it, Van Zeeks? Sorry, buddy.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
That accursed name again. The professor.
I've personally researched all of the records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for the member of the aristocracy like Lord Van Zeeks to be... Lord Clint Van Zeeks was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. I'm pretty sure that proof was planted. By who? Him? By Wilson? I don't know. I don't know who planted it.
It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for all his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? Very possible. And you know who was the original prosecutor on that case? Strongheart.
That's outrageous!
And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for an assassin exchange. Am I too hard on Strongheart? Is that, like, way too fucking obvious? I instantly said, he's the killer, he's the guy, that's the guy. Is it too obvious? Is it like just a big red herring? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be him. And I won't have anything until I have conclusive proof of anything else.
years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself to prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here.
Yeah, I do. I do like that too. Yeah. He talks about it like he isn't completely involved with it and he is not totally innocent here. Like, yeah, he never intended to do it. I don't know what that would necessarily mean for him. Because he did still accept it. I guess all we gotta do is acquit Mr. Professor. Oh, and Ben Zeeks, too. It wasn't Barrack, 100%. No question. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? Wow, it's really reversed here, hasn't it? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him in the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seichiro Goku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. Oh, and he did get the truth because he slashed the thing. He intimidated him. He gave him the old Kazuma fuck me eyes. Classic. I fall for those all the time.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence. He acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy report years ago.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Goku's cabin, I drew my client's illustrious sword Karama before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood my true motive was.
Right, I'll see. You're that Asogi young lad, aren't you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it?
Will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, and that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it.
That's right. Leaving then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they could have only been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrack von Zeeks.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Oh yeah, Strongheart, you're so quick. You're so quick, huh? You're like, oh shit, he's onto him. Yeah. Oh, you think it's Van Zeeks? Yeah, it's Van Zeeks, definitely. There's a good case for revenge there. Yep, it's him. Exactly.
And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Goku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only have been the man that stands accused in the courtroom today, Barak von Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Soge. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then who was it? A prosecutor that got taken off of the case of the professor due to Van Zeeks? Who would have put those plans into action way before Van Zeeks would even have the chance to even find out about it? I believe I know who it is too. You do? I think Cosmo just doesn't know that they swapped who was going to be the prosecutor in that case. I think he just doesn't know.
Take that!
Ba-da-ba! As the Lord Chief Justice himself. Da-da-da-da-da. Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes. It's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution for the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
10 years ago, I was very new at my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case.
Come on, man. I pointed him out from the start, from the beginning. He was the big bad. 2 games I've waited for this obvious thing to come to pass. Of course it was him. Look at him. He's a big, evil British guy at the top of the chain at the fucking... Of course it was him.
The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle that trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Goku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Slut mode! Oh shit, he pulling out slut mode again!
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it's no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. That doesn't even warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, and one fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And what's your evidence? It was. Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of something that goes to the stand.
Just give us like 100 more years. And then we can totally do that. I don't know how old Amy Faye was, but is she around? Maybe. Maybe.
You mean to say?
You know, I was so sure we'd meet, like, Faye. I was so sure that we'd meet a Faye in these games. Like, I was 100% one of the characters was going to be a Faye. Oh?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
Yeah. True. But I still would have liked to see, like, you know, an ancestor of the Fae clan. At least, maybe even, like, a passing one would have been nice.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. The court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take there are no objections.
Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? Only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. Yeah! Him! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way from Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
To be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me.
Well, unless Bro was prepared to kill himself to keep this secret. It's pretty obvious.
Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. It's either him or Benzine.
Take that!
Denied.
What? I want to know why!
I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face.
Yeah. Thanks. Don't spare my feelings or anything. I was so sure he'd kill everyone else. You know, if this were a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game, this decision would be all of my H-bar points. Herlock Sholmes? Oh, wait. Right, it wasn't, he was part of it, too.
Take that!
I almost forgot.
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
God. You seem so accommodating. Was that all, an act? Heading to bed? Well, guess what? I was thinking of ending anyways. It's 7:14. I knew this was gonna end up either 2 parts or I was gonna go extra long. And, well... yeah, if I did, you probably would wake up before I ended. So, one more big Ace Attorney stream will be coming. And unfortunately, it'll be in about 4 days. So, sorry, it'll be Tuesday or Monday for the Americans, because on Monday next week, we're going to do a big repo stream. So, if you're interested in that, I'll see you then. We'll be live in the morning, so most people can actually come in. If you just want the Ace Attorney, it'll be the following day that we're going to do the big finale, the final Ace Attorney finale for now. Until Capcom decides to either re-release some more Ace Attorney games, or, well, the only one really left, or Ace Attorney 7. So thank you, everybody, for this part 1 of the finale, and I will see you next time for the thrilling conclusion. Yes, day after for Ace Attorney. So it's Tuesday for us, Monday for everyone else. So unless you live in Australia or New Zealand or somewhere that simply is like close to our time zones, it'll be Tuesday or Monday. Confusing, I know. I got to dance around that all the time. But we've got a lot of Australian viewers too, so I just accommodate everything. Then it's easier for my brain if I say the day that I'm going to do it. So yes, I'll see you all there. Thank you for watching. I love you all. Everybody for coming in. I'll see you later.